Okay. Alright, let's go.
Let's get this started, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone.
I'm glad to be back.
Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to
We do have death portraits.
again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened
Is he just gonna
receives the
stand there
majority
even
of
though he has a
votes,
chair behind him?
they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, or the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Thank you. Alright, we got it from here, boys and girls. I like the portrait, it's very pretty.
Can someone please break this silence?
You just did.
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
We have Bargain Bin here. What are you talking about?
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's
In a better
he's
place?
in a better place now, you hear?
Really? Okay. Okay. You never know where he ended up.
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really
Wow.
gotta resort to violence?
That's like her,
Let's
that's
just
her
stay
love
calm,
language. Come on.
Okay. Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it. How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Yep, but we gotta chill first so we can find the silent dickhead observer.
Nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer.
Are you saying it's her?
If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending
Ooh.
to be outspoken about the case.
Okay, Eloise, you got some kick to you secretly, huh? Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
I mean, but we didn't find
What
anything.
did Grace do?
We didn't find anything, though.
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
I think she didn't want the room to be disturbed. She wanted to keep it that way. Oh.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer.
Girl, you
I
Loki
just think
did.
we should be
You
cautious of
Loki
her.
did, come on.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Yeah, she was with us.
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, 'cause she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Oh, I think you feel really bad after that accusation now, huh, Louise?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And me.
Mark.
And me and Eva.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Girl, I mean guy. All 8 of us lying. Lying about Grace.
What the heck? Are
Yeah.
you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation?
What'd he say?
You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
Because of the blackout? Was he not in the building? What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall.
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
We need to clear up the fact that, y'all, there was a blackout where we were.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
Mm-hmm. When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There.
But I'm still confused how she was able to see them. Because there was a blackout. How did you see them?
You don't remember?
Unless she saw their, like, trinkets glowing.
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Yeah. Why is it that some people can recall a blackout but not others? Thinking back on the testimonies I've collected, I could probably make an educated guess. Blackout only affected one building.
I got it. The reason not everyone experienced the blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to
So,
guess,
see, Tozu's just standing there. Don't you want to sit, my guy?
So the
I guess he's showing them courtesy by standing because everyone else has to stand. He can't be the only one with comfort.
Why not stay put until the power returned? Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me too.
Mm-hmm. So stop sussing Grace. She's just upset.
Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Don't worry, baby. We need to, you know, take these off the record, you know.
Sorry
Brush off
for
the possibilities.
accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Girl, come on.
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Uncool, Grace.
Hang on.
We don't have
Even if you
Wolfgang
aren't
here to
involved
keep
in
control of
Wolfgang's
her.
murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Spent last night. No, I'm kidding.
Grace and Lawyer Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
I know, right?
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
They spent the night.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
I didn't see the equipment. Was I blind? I saw I went in that room and I didn't see the golf stuff.
Maybe, but why was golfing equipment in the room?
Oh, why is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Little history, dude. Wolfgang must have spilled the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let the know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
She's right next to you too.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me
That
provide
one
some
night stand
context.
turned into a committed relationship.
As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with John, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via
A game of tic-tac-toe.
a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me. So when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half.
Yes, bunking.
Ugh, gross.
Oh, girl!
In that case, Desmond was right.
Like,
about
ugh,
those
straight
two being
people.
together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point?
We've been talking a lot before an
maybe he said
actual
something
non-stop
stuck
debate
out to
started, is happening. That's crazy.
Oh, maybe he had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but...
But he got the sickies.
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me
Yeah,
to attend
he wanted
the
you
tournament.
out of his hair so you can go meet
So,
up that secret.
I left his
Mhm.
room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
She's just embarrassed.
Aye, that she did.
She's just embarrassed.
Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position,
Yep.
would you go around and admit that in a killing
Someone you
game?
cared for.
No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way. Man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall,
Girl, come on.
how did he walk all the way to the boarding
Oh yeah,
house?
that. Sorry.
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor...
4 flights?
wouldn't
Really?
Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs?
From the basement, it kind of looks like it's just one flight.
It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
Is there more to the story than Grace is telling us? Too many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. I need to solve this mystery and set things straight. Alright. Okay, what's our first stuff? Tozu tablet, Tochiko's fetch quest. Oh shit.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I think it's the fetch quest.
I've got nothing else to explain.
Because it proves that he wasn't
The
sick.
last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
Okay,
You
no.
would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
Nope.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
No.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
What? Wait, that was all of them? There's a major discrepancy in Grace's testimony, but is she necessarily at fault for that? Fuck!
Why don't you tell everyone the truth?
Hold on.
I've got nothing else to explain.
Uh.
The last I saw of Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Change bullet, show bullet menu, F1. Wait, I just want to see how to... I want to cycle. Q. Ah.
Okay, hear me out.
No.
Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
No.
That, or Wolfgang never told
No,
Grace
no,
he
no,
was
no, no,
sick.
no, no. I think we should use,
What he said?
I think we need to use the Tozu tablet for that.
Elevator in the tree.
Okay, no. I think we're gonna
Tell everyone.
disregard Diana's. Wait a second, I'm dumb!
Okay, hear me.
This is the one! I'm stupid, this is the bullet. Because it proves he was all good, right? Yeah! Dude, that's wrong! Yeah! Shut up, Diana, I'm sorry. My brain is slow. I need to
Grace's
get used to the
testimony
fact that I'm doing a
inconsistent
class
with where
trial
we
again.
found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Because I hate him, obviously.
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can corroborate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes, I remember now. Ingrid. She had developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication.
What a good girl she is.
The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face with
Death himself.
With Wolfgang? Hold the phone. Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
Yep.
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course.
He never made it.
He never made it.
He never got to play something Slam Sisters.
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room.
Or to be that guy.
Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshi.
Yeah, maybe we should be calling him the ultimate liar.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go
The
to
letter.
boiler room. Most likely.
I guess the letter will come into play here,
I'm
right?
lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
We're gonna present evidence? Why did Wolfgang go to the boiler room? That's also something I can answer. That's right! La 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 la.
This is it.
During
the
I'm sorry.
investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink.
A notebook. Notebook.
But some parts are still legible.
I wonder if that's something sus. Hold on. Oopsie. I want to look at the menu. I want to look at my stuff. Oh, there we go. It just wasn't letting me. Paper. Oh, okay. Secret. 8:15 a.m. Boiler room. Close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Lucky it does.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang
Very
in the
lucky
boiler
that
room
the early
and this note in his pocket.
early smudge parts are kind of, you know, we got the keywords at least.
It can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerve to steal.
I mean, me and Eva did the same thing, just not in the boiler room.
Ulysses, Grace, Do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
was to remove her from the picture. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs.
So he must have gotten that note after she convinced him about the tournament, because otherwise he would still decline if he already had plans to go down there.
That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
And not tell anyone?
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh?
No.
You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
Are we gonna fess up that we have it? For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have, and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them. Hence the mention of a secret.
Oh, so it's the killer's potential blackmail, not
However,
his
if
blackmail.
Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note.
We don't even know if it's threatening. We can't see the rest of the note.
Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
No.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
Are we gonna come up with it?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Should we just go around the room and say who had who?
Oh, I've got just the idea.
That fucking giggle.
Yo, person who Wolfgang had blackmail on. If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
I need to speak up.
Oh, right.
Oh, right.
Hey, person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail. If you're innocent, say something already.
What is it? The camera panning behind that there's the black thing. If I'm innocent, I should say so. Yeah, you have an alibi. You're fine. Just say that you have it. Would telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? You're fine. You have an alibi. I don't know. You have an alibi, Damon! Although everyone may follow my direction during the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. When it comes to me, of all people, owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? Then we just have to convince them otherwise. They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend on... Imagine Eva just comes out and says it. Like, hey, I know who does it.
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot.
Oh, you...
But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Are you confessing?
Followers confess.
Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day.
So he had your
an envelope.
one.
Funnily enough, It happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person.
Oh. Oh, like, no.
He and I, we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it, if you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger
Now
than my
follow his example, Damon.
My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Now it's time for us to be honest.
Thanks for letting us know.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna be like that to him, but as soon as we come out and say, "Oh yeah, I have Wolfgang's blackmail," it's just like, "Oh, why the hell are you hiding it, huh?"
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right.
Okay,
It's
everyone's
very
playing it up a bit too much. Like, it's probably just they're too awkward to bring it up. I don't know. If I reveal my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Nope. Imagine, no. Would they be just as forgiving?
I take it our other blackmail person.
No,
isn't gonna
step up now.
forward?
Step up.
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit.
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Say it, Damon.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail,
Ah!
it doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer.
Come on, mate.
It's annoying they won't speak up.
He's pretending it's not him. What?
But unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable
Come
doubt.
on, this is just gonna look worse when you pretend it's not you, and then maybe later on they'll find out it's you.
If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases? Or...
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to. But I think I get it.
She just likes games, girl.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
Are you... Is that visor a bit too dark, buddy? Stabbed to death.
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood.
You could
on
look
the boiler
at
room
the...
floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
No.
The knife was bloody, so...
No, buddy.
Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
The killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room. No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong. Alright. I would assume the Tozu tablet. Yeah. Blood spots, Wolfgang. It's gotta be Tozu tablet.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
I think he had
was
it.
floating in the
Wait.
water right next to
Would
it.
he have been able to grab it from the kitchen?
Not
Because they
just
were setting
that.
up the game tournament.
There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
No, I just need to see everyone's.
It was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from...
Nope. Nope. Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
Hell nah. What I'm curious of is when the kitchen knife was grabbed, because wouldn't the dining hall have been like taken up by the people
Jet.
prepping for the tournament?
You talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I know, right?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds.
Also his front, also his arms, legs, nothing. Not a
In
trace
fact,
of blood on him.
None of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man, it's not like I didn't try. It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting.
And me for being smart. And
Since
Eva
some
for
of us
poking
here
dead
weren't
bodies.
able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
Are you being serious?
These didn't look like normal
Okay.
burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire.
Would those burns happen if you get electrocuted?
Flamethrower, I suppose.
I don't know what happens, like, I don't know what the bodily injuries would be from that.
Right? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Thank you for telling me the name.
Chiaro... Huh?
We have a smart guy in the room with us, that's
Now
good.
this I know.
Oh dear, how do you?
Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning
Yes, I
strike
knew it.
victims. Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people.
What
tend
about
to
the one
overlook
who
importance
brought it
of
up?
lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Come on, come on. Think, my guy, think. What else can lightning come as?
Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps the deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it
freshly
took for me
cooked.
to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted,
Guys, do people not know electricity? Electrocution?
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
Why are people dumb? Something equivalent to in damage to a lightning strike. The idea sounded ridiculous, but when I think back to the boiler room and what's inside it, right, if I take that object into consideration, Ulysses' theory starts to hold some weight. Okay, this one. I figured it was gonna be the taser for a second, but yeah.
Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the
It's a
room as we
big
are.
ass generator. That's the entire point of the room.
So?
They could just take one glance. Oh, yeah, they see it. Come on.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor.
Yep, we know. Bargain bin, yep, where we would
To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
Ava, okay.
Yeah. She did.
Uh-huh, and then she tricked me into thinking she was passed out.
Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Yep, it was humming like a bitch.
Right. So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Whoa! Okay, we got this here, huh? I love her portrait too. Alright, let's battle, baby.
First, destroyed is overly vague.
I mean, look at it.
Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second,
it was like
and
disfigured.
Where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
Because what else is in there besides that?
What are you talking
Aside
about?
from the taser gun, I guess.
The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. Well, I'm motherfucking Damon Maitsu. I don't take that shit. Ah, you thought you were the only one with an interjection animation. Haha, think again. That's funny. Alright, to battle. Let's see how this looks. Haha! Okay, toaster tablet, footsteps, blackout. Oh, fuck.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition
oh, DJ pad clock
was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
No, the blackout is definitely connected to Wolf's death. Okay, one of those is a... There is a certain piece of evidence that proves the two events are correlated. Yes.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping,
I think it's this next one.
That gives us a period of almost 4 days.
Never mind.
Do I really need to lay this
Oh, fuck.
Day 1, we were kidnapped. Day 2, the pharmacy opened. Day 3, our blackmail was distributed. Day 4, Cassidy and Jet pitched their little tournament. And day 5, today, the murder happened.
Oh, the blackout.
In the period,
the blackout. The blackout. The blackout.
While the
Sorry.
generator may look suspicious, consider condition was on the day of our kidnapping. That gives us a period of almost 4 days.
What? I'm so confused.
To lay this out.
No.
Day
Shut up.
Day 5, in the period between days.
Winona has the. Oh, I'm dying, bro. Oh, this
While
is
the
sad.
generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping,
I don't get it.
that gives us
Blackout.
a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Oh. Wait. Do I just needed to advance? Oh my god. I'm dumb. Did I not have to attack anything there?
It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout. If it was already broken prior to the tournament.
Okay.
What about the blackout?
Okay, this has to be the
building
DJ
may
pad.
very well have lost its power at any point before or after the
Ah! Okay! Finally! I lost so much health from that. I thought it was just one phase because they kept cycling back.
It froze a piece
It didn't
of
show the
equipment which had
retreat
been
thing.
set up for the game tournament.
Or did it? I don't know.
Mark's DJ pad.
Whoops.
While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's
Don't be shy.
no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't
Oh, I like
tied
that
to
pose.
Wolfgang's
Hell
death.
yeah.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, you can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened and...
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Really?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler
Because
room
it's
to play a
it's
role in
been
Wolfgang's
fixed
murder.
after. It's like it's not electrocuted anymore.
Because it isn't even conductive. It's
I think
not?
he was up close and personal with the generator. Do you think?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area. So, I tested the water.
Out of the corner of my eye. Yep. Plop, and it's not flickering.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Yeah.
Nah.
No?
Even
I
in
saw
its
something in the
current
water.
sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why
Okay,
the generator's
that's
been charred,
interesting. Then it
sometimes
was the
electrical
taser?
faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
No.
Of course. If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
That's... Is the generator really unrelated to the case? Maybe it's not part of it. Maybe it's not the reason for his death, but it should be related. But the timing of the blackout, it's too perfect. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser
Yeah,
gun.
you want to try playing around with it?
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though.
But
It
the
doesn't
guard
seem to
doors
have
are
been
missing.
used.
Nope. The taser was definitely
Is it
used.
that you take off the doors and you kind of just use it like a melee weapon, not like shooting?
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some
Yeah.
are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another.
Oh.
Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the
I
heck
couldn't
did a
see the other
taser gun
part,
even
like the
come
blast
from?
doors.
Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Yeah, true. Is it from the pharmacy somehow?
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Oh.
Huh?
Who would use that?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment. Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
What, it's yours, Desmond?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Huh? No way!
No, they have an
That is
alibi.
Desmond's?
They're fine, right?
Yeah.
Hang on. You got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Oh, they stayed in his dorm?
Alas, we stayed in my abode.
Oh.
I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Talk about sus.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Maybe he doesn't even
Listen,
have weapons.
I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
Otherwise, he wouldn't tell us how it works.
No.
What?
That's a lie.
You've never seen it? Oh, because you know how it works. That's why.
A
Sorry. His attempt to feign innocence won't fool me. Not when I know the truth. What? Because he knows how it works. What proves Damon is lying? His blackmail. His talent.
A marksman is obviously going to have a taser.
No, that's
like
wrong.
I said, I don't
know. He brushed my... Okay. Sorry. His blackmail.
I got it.
What? What is the...
The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine.
No.
Did you? No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
Oh, that's right. Eva had it. With his weapons at hand, Desmond guards the one he only one he trusts. But that could be figurative.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
I completely forgot about that.
That's more than a little suspicious.
I remembered
don't
Eva
you
showed
think?
us someone's, but I forgot
Leaving
who
a
it
bunch of
was.
weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep. No idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly.
So someone took it from his room?
Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons.
We should go over there and see, just like a little recess.
If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent. They found the taser gun hidden
Yeah,
inside.
besides him saying that everyone's doorknobs are broken, if he was trying to hide the fact that he had weapons, he wouldn't say that everyone's rooms are just open access.
There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller.
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides
Parents in the room.
inclined.
Are we still in the era where people are scared of video games?
You guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer.
No,
Every
girl.
argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
Girl. It's open access and things can be stolen, especially if Desmond wasn't staying in his own room. Taser gun blackout, Grace's testimony. Sorry, what was Grace's testimony?
The taser gun came from his room.
That was her saying, yeah. Fetch quest that came from his room, taser gun.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Taser gun, taser gun, taser gun. Oh, okay, that's it. It's barely in my dorm to begin with, okay.
Plus, you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology.
Toshiko's fetch
You
quest.
sprinkle in a little
Oh,
of
during the
this,
blackout. Hold on.
and suddenly everyone trusts you.
Hold on.
Murder happened.
Blackout. Would that list where people were? Where is it? They have a. Okay, yeah, it's the blackout. All right. Is Desmond innocent? When I compare the evidence to everyone's statements. Yeah. I know now. His forehead looks funny when I transfer shift. I was. Oh, come on, Eloise, speak up again. Yeah. Yes, Queen. Yes, you were. He is innocent, I tell you. Says the one who was sussing him, me, before.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Yeah, what's your beef against Desmond?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies
Oh,
have
that's
been
right.
on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Well, because they want to investigate the room
Even so.
that she was blocking for everyone.
Since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him?
Yeah.
Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right. And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Okay, she just keeps saying that about everyone. Like, oh, but they would never do that. They're too nice. They care about people too much. I don't know why I'm starting to suspect her more now.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
Yeah, you can have your dukes out after this. Whose armpit are we looking for, Mother?
Person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS.
Okay. Okay, alright.
Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Because it's open access.
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Great info.
Yup, that is what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
And also good impression.
Nice work, baby!
Can you repeat that quote,
Can you?
Again?
In the same voice, please.
But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
She's like, no, I just found it funny.
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
What?
What?
Can't anyone just go in?
Correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
Yeah.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
Yeah.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our
Mhm.
culprit to sneak in.
That's how
unnoticed.
dangerous this situation is. Anyone could go into anything.
Doesn't exactly help us
Someone
narrow
could
things
steal my
down,
podium.
does
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
But it could have been the murder weapon. We just don't know who wielded it.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead?
Like the bruise. I'm actually very curious how... It has to be the rolling pin, like Desmond said.
You know, the ones that weren't burn marks?
I'm very curious how that ended
Those
up back
seem
in the
like they
storage
could
closet.
lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that dot.
A
I guess it's an
bruise and a
injection.
tiny dot, huh?
They were saying it's a
Wanna
pimple
try
pop,
tackling them in
but
alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
alright. I'm so worried about like dying. I don't remember how checkpoints work in these
think it's
games
safe to
in the
say
trials. What are my things?
The killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Steel rolling pin. That's gonna be what I'll lock in.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Because he fucking 6'2".
Either way, something must have hit him.
Yeah. Yeah! Instinct hit. Woo! That was an instinct shot. Like, this has to be it.
Kai's right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind.
Seems you can be useful in trials,
Anyway,
huh?
From how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin. Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
I just looked at the wound and I just knew.
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally,
I don't see the dent though.
the pin also has a dent.
I don't see it. Unless it's like that little
You
streak
sure that's enough to say it's involved?
No.
in how it's
There's
painted.
something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious.
Wouldn't you
so he
hit
wouldn't
the
fight back.
head, not the neck?
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
After shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what was the killer's next move? If I figure that out, I'll be one step closer to solving this case. I am a bit confused about where this new point is asking. Timeline. Oh shit, I don't know the timeline. Rolling pin.
So let me get this,
Footsteps.
the killer knocked
Storage
out
closets.
Wolfgang
Hold
with a
up.
rolling pin.
What is this about a timeline? 9 AM. Attended by... Alright.
And then chuck the pin into closet A.
When exactly did they discard the pin?
What does the storage closet bullet say? Underground floor has 4 storage closets during the blackout. The tournament attendees.
They couldn't have done it. Because the 2 of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Jed and I checked closet B. Damon and Kai checked closet C.
Oh, is...
Eva and Grace checked closet A.
I need to check who checked
And
who.
John and Mark checked closet D.
What if she said something wrong there? Storage closets. Okay, Eva and Grace A, Jeff and Cassidy Jet and Cassidy B. Okay, I'm just gonna remember one because okay, Eva A, Jet B, Jet and Cassidy B. Kai and I entered C. John and Mark entered D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately.
Nope. Yes! Oh man, I was so lost until that one came up and yeah. Alright, I was lost before she said that.
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time.
They haven't gone through the rules of body discovery announcement, have they? Because the whole thing I was thinking about, where if it's 3 people, I was about to rule out the footsteps person as not the killer.
When the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator, Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Yep, with the pitter-patter of sock feet.
Man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway.
Not this music, please.
That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Eva did.
Nope.
Eva,
Not ringing
sorry.
any bells.
Yeah, Jen and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else
Yes.
was on the underground floor with
Doesn't
us.
doesn't that make you shiver?
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So...
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring
Yep, that's
the
kind
rooms?
of scary.
Hold on. So the killer had been right next to us?
Boy, that's a given.
She is so chill with everything. It's honestly kind of weird.
Huh?
Yeah.
How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
She's just like, oh, what's in the past is in the past. I wonder if a duck's back. Like,
Sheesh, you're weird.
yeah, she's pretty calm about all this stuff.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the 2 who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
Kai can.
It
Socky.
was kinda...
Socky, that's a word.
As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
It's kind of commendable how he kind of like picked up on that detail.
Saki, huh?
While he's scared and he's able to retain that information.
Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
It's like they knew that people were there then.
Because their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
Funny that like someone who's into like fashion and stuff would be very meticulous about that detail, and the only other person who would also be like that is Diana. So she would have
find the killer, though.
She would have like the brains to think of that too. I don't know.
What?
Oi.
Oh god.
Are you pulling
really?
our leg?
I'm completely serious.
Really?
Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The
Okay.
building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder.
Is it gonna be Diana? Because she has no alibi?
Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Because Toshiko and Ingrid were together. I think everyone else was like not in the building aside from the gaming people, and Diana also was in the building, but she was alone.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the
Because
murder.
they have no.
The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's.
Yep, it's
that
Diana.
theirs can't be cooperative.
Well, at least the answer here is, I don't know if she really is the killer. In which case, our killer, yes, that's right, is you. Is this already, or is it just kind of like a little red herring? Because girl, it's you. Look at you, looking suspicious.
It has to be you!
Yep.
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
Is it?
Her? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without
Is
an
this
alibi.
is this the real answer though?
Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one
If
without
it really is her, it's a really easy thing to just notice in the beginning. She was the only one with no alibi.
Guys,
Is this really her?
if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also,
Yeah, she only took them
heels
off
aren't
not
comfy
because
to
she was
run in.
being clever, it's because, oh fuck, I don't want to 4 flights of stairs up in heels? Hell nah. I just came back from killing someone.
Whoa. I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Guys,
Is she really?
what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
Maybe, baby. I don't know. I was sussing you. Second after Desmond, sorry.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi.
Girl, where?
Right, Ava?
Huh?
You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
But girl, after she left, who's to say where you were?
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cash set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock.
Does everyone not have a clock?
I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
It's a 5-minute walk.
So much for an alibi then.
Yeah, girl. It's not looking good for you.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Why? Because she's nice? Looks like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. That's not a problem. I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, soon enough, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. Well, if he's convinced, damn, maybe I have to be convinced too. She's the final, like, suspect. She's not some twist or a red herring. Suspicious note.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room,
Blood
could
spots.
she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife too.
Yeah.
Diana's blood?
What does blood spots?
Are you saying she wounded herself?
This blood spot could be from when she would take off her shoes. Like she has to lean against the wall.
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand.
No, because then there'd be no explanation for the blood spot outside. It has to be from the victim.
Next level.
Oh shit. That person's point is clearly impossible. They should realize as much if I point out that piece of evidence. Yeah, it has to be the victim's blood.
Diana inside that boiler room,
If it's the,
could she
I mean the
be
killer's.
one who
Sorry.
left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
No.
Wounded herself?
I'm contradicting someone here.
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand.
No. Oh shit! No! I know what it is. I know what it is. The whole two-handed thing.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room.
Yeah, right. Just to
could she
confirm.
be the
I just
one who
realized as
left
soon
the
as I
trail?
shot it. Oh, I wished I missed. Rolling pin. 2 very clear handprints. Yep, that's the one. God, I have 3 chances left, man.
The rolling pin in
1 hand. Hell no.
No, that's wrong.
Did we not get to recover health after that? I want that. I missed that. I need it.
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are 2 handprints wrapped around the edge.
Oh, I
As if
see
the
it
killer had
now.
been holding the pin in
I see the
defense
spots
racket.
now.
Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
A whole 6'2" grown man.
Then who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer.
Mhm.
So it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room.
I wonder if he had that from the start.
Wolfgang Akire.
Ooh. Imagine he brought the knife to kill the person who had his blackmail.
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you?
Oh, for self-defense?
Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
But again, I pointed out, wouldn't the people in the dining hall have taken up the space
Besides,
at that point?
if
Or am I
Diane is the one who
confusing
got
the
stabbed,
timeline?
it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Yeah, because where would she have been cut? I was suggesting that she could have covered up the cut with makeup.
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed.
Wait, what? You're what?
If I was stabbed, then...
Oh. I thought she's saying I wasn't stabbed, it was something else. Like, oh, you're admitting to being there?
But there's nothing, right?
No.
There's nothing on me.
Ultimate makeup artist, girl. Ultimate cosmetologist. You could cover that shit up with makeup, right? There's even like that wax you can use to cover up, I guess, like scars or something.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there. If she wanted,
Yep.
she could simply hide her injuries from view.
Yep.
After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
Alright, wow, Diana's cowardice. Diana's talent. Hell yeah. I sussed that out too before.
Talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist,
That out of anyone here,
Diana could easily cover her wounds.
we couldn't see cuts on anyone. Out of anyone here, she would be the one equipped to hide it.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could
Oh,
probably disguise
wait.
even a bandaged
So
wound.
wait, she's even bandaged? I thought she disguised the cut. Oh, she even disguised the bandage.
As Diana's
This is like some fucking Peter Malak
How
shit.
many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Uh-oh, girl.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
Haha.
No. No. But
Wait.
Uh-huh. What's what the wait? Touch on my thing?
Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds?
Huh?
Oh crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana just...
What?
Diana basically just confessed!
What?
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense though.
Am I dumb? I'm not following. She could just be saying, no, that didn't happen, I'm not the killer.
Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying.
Hold on, let me just fucking go back. Kai, sorry, well, Diana, did I get anything wrong? No, but I don't get how that means that she's confessing. Oh! Oh, I see! Did I get anything wrong? And she said no. No, but oh! I see now. Kai, damn, you were actually pretty damn sharp, huh? I see it. She's saying, oh no, nothing was wrong about what you said.
Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him.
I wonder what the motive was.
And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her.
Ah yeah, that's the point of the class trial, girl. Get ready for like, I don't know, 4 more of this to happen again.
Diana, it wasn't me. I promise, it wasn't me.
Do you wanna give us proof about why it couldn't have been you?
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to
Is
punishment.
could there be a secret twist that she's not like the culprit, but she was there, but she's not the culprit? Is that somehow going to be a twist?
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
Yes, that's the point of a class trial. That's why you're in this.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
I don't get why they're like, oh my god, I don't get this realization. That's the whole reason we're here.
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the
Yeah,
story?
like can she say anything in her defense other than say, it wasn't me?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's
Yeah,
side
the
of
only
story,
proof we have
then
is
do it
that
after
Diana
the
can
vote.
cover up a cut, but we don't know if we don't know if the night if that means she's the killer. I don't know, man. I'm stuck between believing it's her and believing there's another twist. Vote. That's right. We have to vote for the killer. Diana, I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt she's the killer. I guess because it has to be that the footsteps person is the killer, right? That's what we're basing this on. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No.
Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Is it guilt or is it him second guessing? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the thing she's saying? Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself? I'm confused! Suspicious note, taser gun, knife, Grace's testimony.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Oh,
Once he
seconds.
got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene.
Wait,
hoping
we
the
don't
rest
know
of
about
us
the
would never learn
fucking
truth.
the scraps we found.
Could you die? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
Whoopsie daisy. I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi,
Suspicious
then you
note,
obviously
knife,
did.
taser gun,
But I...
Grace's testimony.
I wanted to believe so badly.
What is Grace's
that you were
testimony?
innocent.
Okay. Yeah, we don't know what this is. We never explained this yet. Chunks of an unidentified material were floating in the water near the generator. We don't know what that is. Taser gun.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
Taser
What are we
gun.
waiting for then?
I need to see. I need
Get
to.
this over with and vote.
Is Diana telling the truth? How is it possible? How is Diana telling the truth? How is that possible when I already know the truth? It can't be possible, not unless. Oh god,
Diana
he's
was the one
suspecting
who
that's
lured
not
Wolfgang
her.
to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene.
Wait a
hoping the
minute.
rest of us
Wait
would
I get it. 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 Oh my god. This the note. Killed him immediately, but the note says to me that what, like 8:15, right? Yeah, but his death occurred at 9:35. Where's the body announcement thingy? There it is. 9:35. Okay, I get it. Oh, satisfaction.
How could you, Diana?
Suspicious note. Alright, we need to go back to the beginning.
Once he got there, she killed him.
No! Woohoo! Yes! Oh! My brain's so big!
Hold on. Grace.
Oh! I gotta calm down after that. Oh shit.
Do you recall the note I found in Wolfgang's blazer?
Oh god, wait, did we miss anything? Hold on, Grace. Fair? Okay, we missed just that. Fair.
It asked him to meet in the boiler room at 8:15 a.m. But
it's like
according to the Tozu
when I
tablet,
press space
he
to
died
slow
over an hour
down
later
in
at 9:35 a.m.
non-stop, it triggers the automatic text. It's like, oh man.
That means Wolfgang didn't die right after he got to the boiler room.
What's your point?
What's your point?
My point is that the killer had no reason to lure Wolfgang to the boiler room and then wait over an hour to kill him. There's no guarantee another person won't enter the room during that time. It's in the killer's best interest to be in and out of there as fast as possible. When we originally discussed the note, we lack the context to properly understand this time discrepancy. But if we go with your idea that Diana killed Wolfgang immediately, then that discrepancy becomes all too clear.
How do you know Wolfgang didn't just arrive late?
Hella late. No,
He
because she was
already on his way
witnessed.
when I ran into
Yeah.
him at 8:10 a.m. He must have arrived on time.
Same goes for the killer. I doubt Wolfgang would stay in the boiler room for long if no one came to meet him. For that reason, we can assume Wolfgang was knocked unconscious soon after he arrived. But there's such a long period of time between him being knocked out and him being killed. Unless you want to tell me he and Diana were in an hour-long struggle, then I'm sure there's more to the mystery here.
Yeah, okay.
Shut the fuck up!
Whoa! I like that portrait. Girl was flipping us all the way up.
Don't you see this is a trick? All of Diana's blubbering and crying is just a farce to make us think she's innocent.
Bro, the art is so good. I love the art in this game. I just gotta say, the character art.
I wouldn't fall for a farce like that. My only concern is the evidence not adding up.
If you're still not convinced Diana is the killer, then let me show you something you overlooked.
What's that, Gracie Poo?
I call it undeniable fucking proof!
Alright, give it. Let's do this. Suspicious note, boiler room
I
doorknob.
don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How could the killer be anyone but her?
Okay, we advance.
If Diana lured Wolfgang downstairs, why would she take over an hour to kill him? It doesn't make sense. Not when there's a risk of someone else entering the boiler room.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door.
Nope. Shit.
How are they gonna enter?
No, 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 no. That was a mistake.
Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door.
Damn. Oh, I hate that I got a fucking strike by mistake. Did I even hit anything? I thought I was hitting nothing.
The boiler room door can't be relied upon here. If Diana locked it, she would be trapping herself inside the boiler room.
And the thing is that when we discovered the body, I don't think the door was locked, right?
What?
The doorknob has been flipped so that the keyhole faces inside, while the lock faces outside. Had you investigated the crime scene more closely, you might have realized this detail sooner. In any case, locking the door would lock everyone inside the room, not outside. If Diana was the killer, she'd be better off leaving the door open.
How the heck do you even flip a doorknob? Sounds like something only a tradesperson
And Ingrid, ooh.
Meh. You really think so?
Wait, no, she had an
Swapping
alibi.
a doorknob is easy.
Wait a minute.
Well, last time I
Wait,
did
nah.
anything like it was a while ago.
I mean, she
but,
was technically alone when Toshiko was getting medicine.
Everyone here knows knobs are screwable, right? If you get a screwdriver and know what you're doing, you can rotate the doorknob quick smart.
If you can swap a doorknob, then I guess anyone can.
Wow, come on.
Right
That's
on.
your broski.
Wait, are you saying that like it's a bad thing, or?
Is that why Diana remained in the boiler room after Wolfgang died?
Yeah, like, help, I fucked up.
What do you make of the footsteps then? If they were Diana's, it would imply she escaped the boiler room. How do you suppose she did that?
Diana's way of escaping the boiler room, huh? From the evidence in the boiler room, I'm fairly confident I can... The wire. The wire. I completely forgot about the wire. Thin piece of metal. See, it looks like a hairpin, doesn't it? And she's the ultimate makeup artist. Yeah, it looks so big in the actual map though. It looks fucking huge.
Door, I discovered a thin piece
So
of
wait,
metal.
she was actually locked inside by accident?
At first glance, it didn't look important. But if you were to fold it in half, theoretically, it would look like a hairpin.
Ah, she used the classic maneuver. Picking a lock with a hairpin. It can be done. It just takes a bit of practice.
I've never been able to successfully do it,
Diana
even when I was
probably
locked
had
out of
this
my house
hairpin inside her
sometimes.
makeup bag. So, she used it to fiddle with the lock until it eventually came
And
undone.
she just left it there? Girl, come on!
Which, judging by the timing of her footsteps, happened late into the blackout.
Messing with a lock in pitch blackness. Whew. Now that would be impossible for me.
Wait, but there was still light by that time, right?
Right. Even if Diana did access light, like through the Tozu trinket, undoing the lock would still be difficult. Way too difficult of a situation to deliberately put herself in.
In which case, that can only mean one thing. It happened during... It didn't happen during the blackout. Why could Diana not leave the boiler room? Someone else locked the door. The bucket was placed... The door was never locked. Why could Diana... Someone else locked the door.
I got it.
Okay. I thought that was a bit too obvious of an answer. I was kind of doubting myself.
Someone else must have locked the door.
Huh. Interesting.
If we go with our current train of thought, The doorknob was rearranged so
Yeah.
you could only lock it from the outside. It doesn't make sense for Diana to rearrange the lock, enter the room, and deliberately trap
Yeah,
herself
exactly.
inside. Which means someone else must have locked the door.
Hmm.
I know this doesn't necessarily clear Diana's suspicion, but it's strange enough to warrant further investigation.
Yeah. That could change things.
I'd rather resolve this thread before we move on to
Because she could have actually just been talking. She might not have actually, you know.
Agreed. We could easily miss something important if we turn our noses away.
So, why did this mystery person close the door in
I
the
wonder if
first
we're
place?
getting an intermission.
What if they saw the scuffle between Wolfie and Diana and closed the door to protect themselves?
Like, haha, get fucked, get staying trapped inside.
Instead of seeking help?
Well, I mean, one of them had a
Or
knife.
Trying to stop the scuffle?
And we also don't know if, we haven't established if Diana took the taser too.
You say that like closing the door isn't exactly what you would do.
What kind of asshole do you take me for?
Any
That
chance
kind
they
of
locked it
asshole.
to prevent Diana from escaping?
And somehow unscrewed the doorknob without drawing attention to themselves?
Didn't you hear him? He's talking about the door being locked, not the doorknob being unscrewed.
Unless two entirely different people just so happen to interfere with the boiler room at two entirely separate intervals. The one who locked the door is most likely the one who flipped it, yes?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Because why else would you just like do random, like, oh, I woke up one morning and I just feel like switching doorknobs, you know? I just feel like being a little mischief maker.
Then you should be wondering the same thing. How did they unscrew the doorknob without catching anyone's attention?
They did it at night?
Yeah, doesn't sound possible.
They did it at night?
Not in the moment, it isn't. But what if the doorknob had been swapped beforehand?
What do you mean?
Say this person knew Wolfgang and Diana were coming to the boiler room. They could have swapped the knob in advance, waited for Diana and Wolfgang to enter, and then closed and locked the door.
So the flipping of the doorknob was premeditated?
With what we currently know, I'd wager it's our safest assumption. At least until we hear Diana's side of the story.
Yeah, you should speak because, girl, you've just been saying, it couldn't have been me. Say something
Diana,
proper.
since you were the last person with Wolfgang, your testimony could be our most valuable piece of evidence yet.
Yeah, if you really are innocent.
You need to tell me what happened. If not for me, or for you, then at the very least,
For Wolfie.
do it for Wolfgang's sake.
I'm sorry. I'm really
Oh god, kind of.
I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay. But all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession?
She's like, no, no, no.
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did, but I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here.
Girl, please. We need to know context if we're gonna understand your drama right now.
But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Diana watched Wolfgang die.
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Were they trapped in there?
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
Will you? It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. If I can't piece together my own thoughts, how can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever is thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because if I don't, if everyone here votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive. Intermission? Intermission? I need a save, bruh. Because I'm down to 2 strikes.
Has all this
Never mind.
murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy?
Oh, thank God, Tozu, save us with the intermission.
Perhaps you need a short break.
Yes.
Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself.
Yes, I need a save, because if I fail, I don't want to start at the beginning.
Something like a nice cup of tea.
I have water instead, but thanks.
Welcome, one and all,
Aww.
to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time.
Tozu's Tea Time.
If you haven't already, please
I have
sit
been.
back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in
Wait, can I
philosophy.
save here? Tozu's Tea Time. Mwah. Tozu's Tea Time. Tozu's Tea Time. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to save. Unless I can save midway.
Now's your chance to defend yourself.
Oh my God, I could save this entire fucking time. Oh. Oh my God. This entire time. So if I had, like, failed, shit. Oh my God. If I had failed, I would have gone back to the start.
Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was... 'cause of a note.
A note?
Oh, she got a note. Is this like the whole thing with the Danganronpa Trial 2? Where people manipulated the others to go to a certain location?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room.
Ah.
I never got
They
to
weren't
see who.
set up.
I just heard a knock.
A little situation.
And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
I mean...
Sorry.
Oh.
It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because... well... I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak with those whose blackmail we have attained. Damn, that's a lot of stuff. I haven't read it all. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler at 8:45 a.m. Oh, 8:45. Oh, so someone else knocked him out, left him there, and then had Diana come after. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There is always a chance someone can hear. Wolfgang. Oh. No, he didn't.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's
Yep,
note?
someone else orchestrated it.
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water
And we didn't know that
the words I can
Wolfgang...
make out were in the same messy scroll as Diana's here.
The messy scroll, yeah. And we didn't know about Wolfgang's, who had Wolfgang's blackmail. I mean, the other way around, sorry. Until
Then
now.
someone else
So
was
someone
posing
just...
as Wolfgang?
Yeah, someone just guessed.
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier. Because I was scared of how people would try to twist it.
Valid.
Like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet.
Valid.
I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang. In case he really did write the note. Which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No. It was just me.
I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit. But I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me. Since that's what the note asked me to do.
Wait, but Wolfgang's note also said to close the door. Did he not do that?
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark. So the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light.
Like, hold on. Suspicious note. Oh, maybe it said don't close the door. We don't actually see everything. Never mind. We never know.
My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him.
What happened? Oh. Whoa!
Wolfgang was
Dude was
lying
fucked
in the
up.
water, making these weird noises.
Was he drugged? Is that what the prick was for?
It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
He looking kind of fine in that portrait. I don't know if I could keep that in. Bro's looking like an edgelord villain. Like he's about to just go off the rails.
I can't believe it.
What?
I really am finally meeting you.
The fuck? What did he say? It's you. Oh, he's tripping.
What do you mean?
Is he... Oh my god, yeah, he's tripping. He was drugged.
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Can we just also give props to the voice actor during this part? Because damn.
Despite how hard I tried, how much I wanted it to be true.
And also this portrait. Holy crap. Oh, sorry.
I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
Yeah, what's this drama about?
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look! There's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me. Or if he was just ignoring me. But... Okay. I'll get closer to you then.
He's definitely drugged. It had to have come from the pharmacy. The only person we know that went to the pharmacy was, what's her name? Toshiko? I don't know.
I went over to the ledge of the platform. The part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over. And he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do. Because I didn't want to enter the water.
Yeah, my new shoes would be in there.
Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did.
I feel so bad
It's
for
okay,
him. What's he going through?
Wolfgang. We'll
What
get through
demons
this
are he
together,
seeing?
all right?
What demons are he
I
seeing?
was
Oh
looking
god,
at him
my
when I
fucking...
said that.
What demons is he seeing? I don't know.
I was looking right at him. But somehow...
Oh god. Oh shit. He's about to snap.
Somehow I didn't think to react.
Oh, did he try to attack you? Oh!
When he reached inside his blazer.
Oh shit! Okay, so she was the one that got injured. Oh shit! Oh girl! Oh.
Bring her back. Bring her back!
Wow! How did she survive that?
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with.
Oh.
And that's when I saw the gun.
Did the person plant that there?
The taser gun?
Oh.
Did you use it?
I took the taser and I aimed it at Wolfgang. And I
Oh, this dude was just like, oh, here are the instruments, here's the scenario, you are locked in here, let's create a murder. That is diabolical.
I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him.
My next sus is now on Toshiko, for the fact that the drug had to have come from the pharmacy, she had to have been there, but the timeline of the blackout still, like, it's making me doubt that, but, I don't know.
I couldn't understand.
Also, she's way
anything.
too short to reach his neck. That's where the thing was.
Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
What was the beeping?
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up.
Is this about the whole dad thing?
Until everyone knows me as...
What?
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black.
Is that what the shrapnel
And then,
was?
So did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it.
Did someone set
His
a bomb?
body cracking against the pavement.
Ooh.
And his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain. For him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
Huh.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Wow. This case took a twist.
That man attacked you?
Oh my
He was
goodness,
drugged.
Diana,
Come on.
I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
Why was he so violent towards her?
I'm surprised people are believing her.
It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
Despite how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. Why would Wolfgang... Oh, and now you're gonna come up with the fact that you have the blackmail, right? And you hid it from everyone? Oh, Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment.
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest,
I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error.
I mean, oh wait, no, the kaboom happened at 9:35.
Just minutes of
Damn,
me
yeah.
telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with.
It was to frame Diana, right?
Damn, this is one interesting case.
Right. The killer made
Someone
Diana
is a
trap herself
little
inside the boiler
puppet
room
master.
so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room, by which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
Yeah,
Sort
because we
of
heard the
happened at
footsteps.
the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark. So I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it, and stayed as quiet as possible.
Oh.
I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut, though.
I love the
Some of that
artwork.
blood ended
Like,
up dripping onto the floor around me.
whenever they show the CGs of actual scenes, oh god, it looks so like smooth.
Hence the blood on the underground floor.
Mm.
It's all coming together.
I thought she was just there so she could lean against the wall while she took off her shoes.
This was shortly before us.
I mean, probably still the
tournament
case. She probably took off her shoes now.
And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's protection as my light.
Oh, does she have stuff in her bag?
I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
She'll reveal her cut.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
We can always cover that up after. We're fine.
Holy crap!
That's awful!
It's okay.
And they actually showed it as red.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room.
But he had time. He came down much earlier than you, right? When did he come down again? Uh, 15. He had like a whole, you know, he had a lot of time.
I don't believe John meant it in a literal sense.
Oh yeah, no, drugs. Sorry, yeah.
Wolfgang
Literally.
literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
He might have seen the dad.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now what the heck is going on at sea?
I know, right? Fucking Jean has all these stories.
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Drugs.
Substance-induced? Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
And also the prick mark inside his neck.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Where else?
Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy, obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang.
Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true. I can't trust any of you guys.
His little pansy voice, his little bitch boy voice. I knew our promise was too good to be
Don't say Wolfgang drugged himself. Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you.
Someone wanted to trip out. It's just as I predicted. Exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop the people from exploring? Back then, all I did was... you were scared. Uh-huh. Well, ironic, huh, Wolfgang? Then again, nobody would have listened to me. Especially not with Wolfgang in control. But now that he's dead...
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
How would we figure that out, though?
It would help us
I'm
better understand the timeline of events,
Huh.
and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
This is gonna be... I don't know how our evidence can point to someone in this case.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the
Why?
kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment
No.
I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
Okay, sure, buddy.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Pinning down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. The question is, how did the killer drug him? They knocked him out and then, you know... Syringe! Wolfgang's neck. Thin piece... It's Wolfgang's
I
neck.
bet the killer took a pill. Forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
No, no. So this is easy.
Just jab him at that point.
That one. Aha! Yeah, Mark! Fuck yeah! Dude just like immediately came in, debunked Jet's claim. What a boss.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed
That did not take
it was
long.
mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out if Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m. Then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken...
No.
Probably an hour to dissolve.
It's a good thing you know that.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious.
Yeah, he's
It would have
6'2".
been incredibly
Depending on the
difficult to
person, they might not
inject
even
him if
be
he
able
was
to reach
still
him.
moving around. Only
Yeah, but then
when
again,
they
how do
had
you...
one where they wanted.
With
Dazed
a
and unable to fight back.
rolling pin,
Did
how would they
plunge
reach?
the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogen.
This is curious. How do we figure out who did this?
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time.
Do we?
I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
What else? We don't know anyone else's
right after the morning announcement. and spent the
alibis,
rest of
do
the
we?
hour with Sean.
Who's going after the announcement?
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
Okay.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
I think it was... I don't know how she would reach him if she did whack him on the neck with that pin. But right now I'm sussing her just because of this.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, they really can't assign a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
Because, wait a minute. Oh wait. No, because Toshiko encountered Wolfgang when she came back from the pharmacy. So, never mind. Unless she left at some point after. We're overlooking something? It was ruled out as having no relation to the murder because the wires don't touch the water. But the position of it, the fact that it's destroyed, the timing of the blackout. One coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible?
Oh dear. The voice kind of fucked up. If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time?
But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic.
Commending her.
Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Nice.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
I won't give up. Until everyone knows me as...
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
Yeah, but now we have more evidence.
We did.
We have more evidence now, babies.
To do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Diana said she never
Yeah, but
used
we
the taser,
we
though.
ruled out the generator as the murder, like the murder cause. But we still need to fucking... It's still obvious that the generator is part of the fucking, setup and everything.
She's lying!
Wait, she never used the taser? Diana said she never used the taser. Oh, she was just holding it. Wait, but the guard is gone.
What? That's not true.
But the guard is gone.
Fired the gun.
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired.
Oh.
What can be disputed, though, is when it got
Oh, you see, I'm dumb. Thank you for clearing that up, Desmond.
I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to
Damn, they
find
thought
later.
that far ahead.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
The true murder weapon. Is it possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet? Am I grasping at straws by thinking something like that?
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Huh?
Ava, what do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial.
True. We're just kind of taking her word for it, but I do believe her.
The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
It's so convoluted to be a lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that influence.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
Most covert place. Her words do make sense. After all, I chose to meet Tozu in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
She's really playing devil's advocate in like both the cases.
The
But-
answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
She never ended up being right, even in the last case.
Didn't we already talk about that?
Where she thought it was an impulse killing.
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
Yeah.
So, we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Yeah, we still need to discuss that chemically spell and the shrapnel.
Oakley dokley.
Okey dokey. I like that. I want to use it.
Put our thinking hats on! If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure!
And then she pulls out another hat.
Ready? On your marks, get set!
Hold on.
Go!
Alright, non-stop time. I was thinking of saving, but... Odd smell, shrapnel. Okay. I have two chances.
The generator blow up!
Could have just been an electrical fault.
No.
So, a coincidence?
Nope.
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Nope.
Did the killer throw something at the generator?
From where?
Made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved.
In that case, the generator blew up after Wolfie got shot with the taser.
Such a dastardly taser, leaving so many victims in its wake.
No, I'm long past the point of falling for this surface level diversion. In reality, the truth is just floating within reach. It has to be the shrapnel. He's wording it that way. I just can figure out where.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical
Let me just check real quick. What does the information say? I really can't tell what that is.
So,
I think it's besides the taser, right?
Is this the best situation?
That's what I'm contradicting.
To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser
No,
gun?
I don't think it is.
The electrical discharge it released
I mean, maybe,
might have
but
connected with
this
the
is not what
generator
I'm...
and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof.
Yeah! No, that's wrong. I felt so nervous. I only have 2 chances left. I like the music. Can I have your attention, please?
I have to
Can I have your
disagree.
attention, please?
You say nothing, but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
You mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion.
Yep.
Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
I don't know what it is
Could that
though.
just be debris left by the generator?
No.
Except this debris is a completely different color and lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
And floating near it was another out-of-place item. Extension cord?
This is it.
I wish we could recover our health. Please, game. Please
There was
implement
also
this
an
later on.
extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
Poor cord.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside storage closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
Yep.
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Yeah, I'm confused what this setup is.
Probably something involving the generator.
Oh, I hope
Given
it's
its
not expecting me to
proximity
piece it
core.
together. I hope someone has some insight.
Same thing with the red bits. Even though we don't know what they are.
Right, the red shrapnel. It definitely isn't debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room can be directly tied to the shrapnel. At least, not any of the clues that have already been discussed in this trial. If I were to flip my thinking and consider the clues we haven't discussed yet, there's no proof what I have in mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one that hasn't. The one thing the mysterious shrapnel might be related to. Oh, fuck me. This? Let me just check the other items. It's gotta be the odd smell. Oh, please tell me, I hope it's the odd smell. Cereal and alcohol. Oh, this is stuff from the...
This is it.
Oh, thank God. This is stuff from the dining hall, so someone in the dining hall could have concocted this.
We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be
How
if
the
you mix
fuck do you make
cereal
something
and
explode with
alcohol
cereal and alcohol?
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Yeah, how do you smell cereal?
Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal.
Really?
Or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
Girl!
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of
I was
it,
like, ooh, this
that
tastes
generator
stinky.
would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Is it a fire extinguisher? Let me look at it one more time. Let me just save, actually. Should I save the same one? Yeah. I don't need to go back. Let me look at that thing again. Shrapnel. This could be a fire extinguisher, but I don't know how that would, like, factor into the whole explosion.
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes...
Oh yeah, give it to us.
When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in the dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Big old slabs of metal. Why does that sound so familiar? Hold on, that's right. What Ingrid just said now is similar to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. Oh, did they steal from her room? I guess it would explain my room too. It's lit with all sorts of fancy tools and metals. At the time, people were talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talents. Could it be? Could the shrapnel actually be the remnants of the unique device that guy boasted about having in his room? Huh? Jet? Only waiting for— oh! Jet, it's you, right? That's why you guys talked about it.
It has to be.
Yeah! It's not him, obviously, but they might have stolen it, right?
I need to ask you something.
I doubt he's smart enough to come up with this murder.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
A race car bed and Lightning McQueen slippers.
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Whatever works.
Sure thing.
I like this goofy music.
I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh! I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
The legendary mantle of the blah 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 blah.
So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to roll me. I've got nothing to do with the
Don't
murder.
worry, no worries.
No, you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
Are they red?
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion though?
We all did.
I did.
Yeah.
Really?
During the
And fucking Diana testified to the explosion too.
Oi, that's right. There was a boom.
It was a boom.
Wait! I remember hearing it too.
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Oh dear.
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging.
Oh.
The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
They don't show the see-through, or is it in a box?
So
okay.
it can't be proven.
Wouldn't it be showing on the box?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
Come on, Jet and John, you guys were nerding out about this.
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think once we know that, we can decide
You wanna
whether or
test
not
it?
the
Does he have
battery is
more?
relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction. I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with. But it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery
How
would
big
have
are the
entered the
things
water
too?
only seconds before
Look
the generator
huge.
exploded.
How would it have been triggered too for it to actually fall into the water, I'm guessing?
That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. Good point. We
Yeah.
can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
Wait, nah, you should see the other case. Suicide can also be one of the options, you know. A student who dies is still a student. Okay, so there is a chance. I don't see how there would be any other way to get something thrown into the water without, if not for the vent in the dining room. What if someone from our group did it?
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery...
Like, there's only just like a little bit of a grate. Like, say, if you maybe pushed the battery, you'd like place it there, and then when the time's right, you push it a little bit so it can fall into the water.
Then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
No!
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
One thing I will say though, I didn't see Eva in the CG for when they were playing the game. She was not present. I explicitly remember noticing her absence and why she wasn't having fun with the rest, you know, watching. I'll admit that Diana throwing the battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. There may still be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I rule that out, I won't settle for a culprit just yet. Yeah, I feel like the vent could come into play here. Extension cord, taser gun, oh god.
The battery is related to the case.
We haven't
Only
been
Diana
using
could have thrown it in the water.
the sucky bullets
My arm had been
in this
cut.
case.
Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Oh, it
Neo
would be
batteries
big,
are
right?
Pretty lightweight though.
Oh, never mind.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere,
Couldn't have fallen.
so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
The battery is
If
the
that-
murderer.
Why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
Everybody is quick to say the battery was thrown, but when I consider the boiler room and which objects the killer could have leveraged, what that person considers impossible starts to sound anything but. Fuck, I am not picking up what he's putting down.
To the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to.
Okay, it has to be the
what
extension
Eva
cord.
described?
If that battery is the murder weapon,
I don't see how
Why is there
I
a
don't see
taser?
how the shrapnel would be the one. Near the generator. And it also doesn't explain the presence of this thing.
It's a red herring. Fallen from somewhere.
Never
So it
mind.
must have been Now is not the time for jokes.
Oh shit.
The battery,
Maybe I'm supposed to contradict Eva. But that person.
the battery is related to the case. Only Diana could have thrown it in
Never
the water.
mind, I failed.
Damon, Diana was the only other person in the boiler room.
Right. Game over. Fuck me. Continue. Oh, thank you! Alright.
If the battery
What is the real
related to
punishment for
case,
losing then?
Only Diana could have.
why is there a taser gun?
Is it then... it has to be the extension cord.
A few in.
Is it this? Nope.
The evidence tells.
Yeah.
The
I am
battery is
aware.
related to the case. Only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
Oh, the taser. Shit. Oh, got it! Honestly, I'm not really, kind of comprehending why. I was just kind of shooting.
No.
Explain for me,
The
please.
battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
Yeah, okay, so I was kind of thinking that because it looked like the explanation of the generator said that a bomb was inside it. So...
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator.
Yeah,
suggests
okay,
there's a
so I kind of
correlation
was
between
figuring
the
it out, I just need someone to explain it fully. It said that there was a bomb inside it, so someone could have put it inside.
However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to
Really? It
stand
kind
on
of
the
looks like it's in
platform's
front
edge
of
to make
it.
the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying
Oh,
the
on
battery was
top.
sitting on top of the generator?
Not on top, oh no, but maybe inside, because it says it looks like something exploded inside. Teetering over, suspended over. Suspended over, meaning...
I got it.
Oh, because of the extension cord!
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended over.
If the battery was suspended by something, then the presence of that item starts to make a lot more sense. There we go! Bam!
The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator.
Oh, tied it. I thought it was plugged in, Loki. I don't know how that would work, but...
If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm is bleeding.
Right.
She just had a tiny
It
cut,
benefit
girl.
Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like... Oh, fuck. I don't know. Wolfgang... A third person was holding the cord wasn't involved. A third person? An object was holding the cord. Okay, it's either that or this. I am still suspecting the vent comes into play, because that's where it is. That's where the vent is, above the... Fuck!
Yeah,
Aw!
like Diane.
No, shut up. I thought I was being smart. I was thinking about the vent.
I got it.
Okay.
Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord.
Oops.
But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh. My head's
What would they prop it against? To make it fall?
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Something to keep the cord in place. If I imagine the cord and the battery it's tied around in front of the generator in the same spot where the shrapnel has surfaced. Oh, fuck me. I guess this? Those pipes?
They managed to sling something over the generator.
I guess it could work if you put the box
Oh.
on top of the generator.
Because that's not an eyesore.
Considering the generator
Wait, was I right?
size, I doubt there'd be enough space for them. If there was, the box in question.
True. No, I was not trying to do that. I was trying to select the pipes. The vent?
This is it.
There we go. Alright, so the vent was involved. Just not in the way I thought.
Tied the cord to the vent.
I was trying to select the pipes. Because it's also there.
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent.
Bye.
Let me sit on her shoulders.
Yeah, I was not a gentleman.
Quite the visual.
Don't rub it in. His blush.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
I'm confused. Not necessarily. The killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that. Cutting it? Cutting the cord?
Cut the cord using...
Scissors?
Oh, wrapping. Yeah,
In
yeah.
storage closets.
Well, I've been through...
Yeah.
I didn't see pliers either.
You believe the victims?
So this whole thing...
Okay, yeah. I'm losing points faster after I got them, so thank God they restore. Wrapping the cord around the battery, just like more of it, yeah. I should have selected that sooner.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining.
But I don't get how
Which
they
is
would...
a good thing.
It would drop
Because
into
the
the
spare
water.
cord is what the
That's what
battery will be
triggered it, right?
suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
So much effort.
Agreed. How do
Yeah.
you even submerge the battery into the water under those
Because
circumstances?
they removed the first layer of the vent. The only layer left is the dining hall. Someone could have untied it during the thing. How simple. By adjusting the cord's position. What? All the killer would need to utilize is a certain aspect of the boiler room. Fuck me. Show question, please. How did the killer use... What did the killer use to adjust the cord's position? I don't fucking know. No.
This is it.
Oh, I got it! Okay! The vent again.
Like I mentioned earlier.
So, because you can take it off.
I gave the vent a close look after originally
Oh
waking
my
up
god,
in the
yes,
boiler
that
room.
proves. Yeah, that does prove that, if they took off the first vent layer, used the dining hall vent part, that means someone in the dining hall could have just untied the cord,
Part of
right?
our inspection included opening the vent.
Oh boy, was
Getting a
I
look at
actually
the other
right?
side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed.
What?
In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it.
Wait, maybe I'm not right.
If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we
Oh,
end up
never
with
mind.
a pulley system.
I thought they took it off so that they can use the other one. Alright. We can end up with a pulley system.
To prevent the battery from entering the water, The vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards.
Okay.
Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
Wrapping my fingers around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water.
I'm
If they
confused
close
with
the
that.
vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn
How
causes
would
electricity to
someone
pass directly into the
be able
body
to
of
control
Wolfgang,
that?
who is standing in the water.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room. Since we know there
like
were
what I
only ever
said.
2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
They just take it off? Huh, she has a point. I've been assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent. So was I right? Could it have been to the dining room vent? But I failed to consider the ventilation shaft. It becomes considerably harder to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down that shaft first. Not just that, I never tested to see if the boiler room vent can open inwards. I only got it to open outwards. By that logic, a vent on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler
I
room
knew
vent.
it! Oh my
To the
god!
dining hall vent.
Oh, I'm calling this shit out. Oh my god, I'm feeling so smart.
That just creates the same problem as before.
No, that means
Reverse.
someone could just untie it anytime, and I didn't see Eva in the CG. And she's been very
Instead of the
adamant
dining
about
hall
Diana
vent
being
making
the
it hard to
killer.
close the boiler room vent. It's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
Instead of the dining, sorry, I need to read your thing again. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent. No, it just means they
Both
remove
vents
it.
may seem like an obstruction, especially
Oh.
since they can't be opened all the way.
Yeah,
There's
just
a
tilt
very
it.
easy workaround.
Yeah, just tilt it and then just put the cord
All the
through
killer
it.
needs to do is fit the
Yeah.
extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grades. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right. When you described opening the boiler room vent.
Wrapping my fingers, yeah. You can fit your fingers through it.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After
It
which,
looks like a thick cord though.
you could slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite
But what
end.
about the pluggy part? Wouldn't that be a
For
bit
the
too
killer
big?
to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
Actually. Nerd emoji. Actually.
Hello?
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory.
Okay, let's clear it up.
It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
Yeah. Never mind, I'll find a way to combat his argument, just like I've done countless times already. Come on, we just need to solidify our foundation here. Don't be mad at him. We need to figure out if this is really the case. Size of the cord, because I was also low-key worried about that. Generator extension cord
I
knife.
understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation. Which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Interesting.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, But the plugs on either side of them aren't.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Alright. His argument might have made some sense if it weren't for one fatal flaw.
Indoor extension cords may be thin.
Is it because it got cut? Lined with the black substance. No, that would imply that's where the explosion was. And the internal plugs were particularly slim. Internal plugs. Okay, slim.
But the plugs on either side of them aren't.
Yeah! They got slim plugs. I'm guessing the type with only 2 teeth.
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in storage closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
Alright.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord?
Yeah, I know, right?
This is crazy.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
This whole setup, you would just not imagine this in the beginning of the trial.
It's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer
Imagine if they caught 2 bodies.
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water.
I am starting to think it's either now.
Although, even if Diana did die, the moment
It has to be someone in the dining hall
entered the boiler room,
while we were gaming.
they'd probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Yep.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent,
yep,
and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
Yep, and she purposely was off to the side playing her handheld game.
What?
Uh-huh.
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer. That is crazy. I mean, I suspected when I started figuring out the fucking vent thing. But this is crazy. Oh my god. Damn it, how did I not realize this sooner? The fact that the killer could have had access to the vent means they must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's murder. And suddenly the fact that you have the blackmail and kept it a secret from everyone is gonna be sus. Except everyone has fucking alibis of me playing during that time.
So we can reduce it down to 8 people.
I think it's
Damon,
Eva.
Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy,
Wait.
Jet, Mark, and John.
Was Mark in the picture too? I don't remember. Oh god, I hope it's not Mark.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon
Yep.
when the lights went out.
If we flash back to the CG, please, can we see who's missing?
I had to play music.
Yeah, okay, please, please. I hope it's not Mark.
Me too.
No, you weren't.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
No, but you weren't in the picture. You were off on the side.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3! And Cass 2, I think? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
What's the possibility of someone sneaking in?
Seems like someone is lying again.
Tournament participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's positions directly before the blackout. The problem is, I myself had been totally preoccupied with the game. I never got a good look at the actual people around me. I know, right? The wonders of gaming. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? While I never got a good look at the others, I can still deduce their general positions if they were near me, from whether or not I heard them. Think, Damon, think. See, it's the thing. I don't think Ava talked, did she? Who and what did I hear back then? Flash me back. It was you. The only person I never heard was... They're not gonna flash us back for us to make sure? I think it's Eva. I actually think it's Eva. I don't remember seeing her. And I don't think I heard her either. I don't remember Mark either, but he was busy with music. It has to be Eva. And she's also trying to pin it on Diana. She was very particular about her being it. And playing devil's advocate. Oh god, is it her? Is it her?
It has.
Oh! No! Oh, I don't want to be right, man. Come on, Eva. I was starting to like you.
The killer is.
No!
Ava.
Oh, shit. Oh. The fucking rush of picking her and seeing that actually, like, be confirmed. Oh my god.
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for.
Yeah.
Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing the game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad.
Yeah, exactly.
And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the
Oh my god. Like, fucking, first Wolfgang, who I thought would be, like, an important leader. Next Eva, who you would think is, like, you know, the main heroine who's always sticking by the protagonist in all these Danganronpa games. I thought that was her!
Everyone. Except Ava.
Oh.
In fact, last I saw her,
Oh
she
man.
was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
Playing on a DS.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me.
Yeah, don't blame Mark.
I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Unless there's another fucking twist.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
Oh my god.
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
Yeah.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't
Oh
think
my
that
god,
counts
I
as an
feel
argument.
just... I don't know how to describe it.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
And then can you point them up for me, please?
What? Plot holes?
Plot holes.
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
True. You could have untied it.
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
No, it wasn't there.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Eva get rid of the cord? I'm sure it's possible if she knew to untie it at the right time. When everyone left before the blackout before the blackout? Never mind.
You untied the cord before the...
Someone would have noticed me.
Okay, sorry. When everyone left? No, we were all linked during the blackout.
I got it.
Yeah.
To dispose of the cord. You just...
Yeah,
untied
you
the
don't need your eyes to see, right?
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have
Mhm.
easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either
That's
way,
really circumstantial though.
wouldn't be
but,
any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
Yeah, yeah.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
Yep, because we saw the butt end of the cord, and then the rest was singed.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang,
Oh, that's right, you had a plop. I thought that was a
hearing
knife.
certain sounds.
I thought that was the knife. I'm not like you, I'll never be like you. I will give up until the world knows I won't give up. Until I'm known as... I wonder if we're ever gonna touch on what he said and his blackmail. I thought that was a knife, but whatever.
The first sound was obviously the battery exploding. And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water. But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
I mean, if it falls sideways, and then the handle's the part with the weight.
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
How do we prove this though?
When you say it that
When we
way,
actually pinpoint that it's her?
seem likelier.
Because this is all kind of circumstantial, isn't it?
We should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the toes and trinkets. I should have known. I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would kill Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete.
She's able to calculate the degree of where to like hang the cord and all that shit.
Her talent would give her the
Yeah.
upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal. She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the core through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator?
You could just have tied it. She helped prepped, didn't she? She could have just tied it in advance and then like left the cord unfurled. Wait, no, that would be a bit tricky, wouldn't it?
If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
Well, we already lost our tallest, right? The 6'2" guy? I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the conversation continue like this. Eva did in fact have a way to reach the vent. All she had to use was the box. Boxes?
This is it.
Yeah, I didn't notice those boxes. I was gonna select the ones on the platform.
To reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes.
I thought they were
in the
cardboard
boiler.
boxes.
There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
She would have known about those
Mhm.
boxes in advance, too. Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
Okay, I could have used the boxes.
She's pretty
to reach the
calm,
top of the
despite
generator.
being, accused.
And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
But everyone was focused on the game.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be open for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Opening it. That's true. She would need to set it up beforehand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, how do we get around this?
If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
The vent was closed.
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit.
Can it, you four-eyed troll? You can't talk your way out of this one.
Oh dear. Shit.
The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you and only you. Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise.
Oh god, is it or is it not her? Storage closet, shrapnel, game, tournament, boiler room, doorknob.
You can't say
Oh
I'm
god,
the
my
murderer
brain.
just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are.
Technically,
and
Winona
you
did.
despised him because of it.
Winona
have
did.
A motive.
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove?
Even if this trap was used, You can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, with a special knot which can untie by itself, after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence.
No, 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 no.
Killer.
No, no, no. You just happened to be there. You wanted to be there. Of those 8, Kai, me, Jet, Cassidy. What? Wait, it doesn't mention her. The game tournament began at 9 AM. It was attended by 8 people. Of those 8, 6 competed in the tournament. Kai, me, Jet, Cassidy, Jean, Grace. The first, what are the other? Never mind what was said before. Focus on the facts. I just need to focus.
You can't say I'm the
Game,
murderer just
Willery,
because I
nope.
sat near a
Storage
vent.
closets.
It seems to be pretty good
What are the
evidence to me.
storage? No, no, no. I don't think the storage closets.
Wolfgang
Extension cord.
exposed you for the snake you are.
Generator, nope.
And you
Shrapnel.
despised him because of
I think it's the last part.
I just happened.
No, you weren't. You did not just happen to be there. You planned to be there. Girl, such an obvious lie. Come on.
No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament.
You had like your handheld device and everything.
In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
You suggested it too. That's right.
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier, but the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you accusing me of murder? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. We're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
I didn't consider that. I was just saying she's there. She just happened to be there. No, she was there. I forgot about her suggesting the time. When I was training my talent, I did most of my studying at 9 AM. The brain is most active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help our video game skills. A 9 AM tourney, huh? Wouldn't be the first time. Screw it, let's do 9 AM, 1 hour after the morning announcement.
Ava knew she would be in the
Pretty
dining
sneaky,
hall
sis.
tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something
She's a
like that on the
mathlete.
spot?
She's smart.
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
So to answer her question of why neither Cassidy, Jet, nor Mark noticed the open vent, when I think back on what Cassidy told me earlier today, before the tournament began, I can discern exactly when Ava opened the vent. After stacking the furniture?
I got it.
Yeah, because then it would be hidden.
Cassidy, you told me Ava
Hmm.
approached you yesterday and asked to
Yeah.
help set up the tournament.
I remember being mildly confused by that, but I kind of brushed it off.
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see
I
what
like the way
sort of
she's
equipment
voiced.
the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Nice to
Hold
know.
the phone. If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
Because Eva pushed it there.
What?
Eva what?
She didn't want to
Oh.
take part in the tournament.
So she
Just
should,
watch
so
it
she had a
from
place
the
to
side.
sit.
I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left.
I need to see the scene
corner,
again.
aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sir, Eva!
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating a trap.
Yeah. Because the furniture stack would show you wouldn't be able to see it. Let's say oops, sorry. I don't know why I'm talking.
For the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents. After going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent, she heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out.
I mean, you guys were low-key bullying. I don't know. You guys were kind of being mean about her being a mathlete.
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
What is on your mind, Kai? You're surprisingly sharp, as this trial has proven.
It's to do with the chair's position.
The chair.
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood
Did
in
she
front
move
of
it during the
vent
blackout?
During the blackout.
Oh wait, no.
If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout.
Eh?
Before the blackout,
Oh.
it was positioned with its back to the left.
I did. Oh man.
However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up.
When I
against the
edit, I'm
northern
gonna
wall,
look back
out
and
of
see
the
what I
vent's
did.
range. Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
What did she
about
suggest
that.
to?
This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m. Then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out
Ooh.
Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Yeah.
Damn. So while all that like
turn
drama was
exacerbate the
happening in the
effects of the
boiler
other
room, they were
speakers.
just hearing that synth stuff, like that synth beat, and vibing.
There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Ava probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still, Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
True.
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1
Yep,
took place
summary,
in the boiler
please.
room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
You could have during the fucking game. Come on.
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent.
During the game.
Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed.
During the game, because we didn't hear you. That's the whole reason why he was able to deduce, oh, I didn't hear either.
So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament.
Yep.
That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement.
Not really, we were all focused on a game.
It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did he overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
Eva's right. Standing up would look really suspicious. Which is exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem. What? This? Which allowed Eva to close the vent without attracting suspicion. I don't fucking know. A chair?
This is it.
Because of its position?
The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely.
Yeah, she didn't have to sit up, she just kind of lean over, right?
Close the vent. All you need to do is set the chair to recline.
Oh.
And reach behind
I didn't even know those chairs could do that. I thought they were just, you know, chairs.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's.
I need to see that again.
With her chair
because
Ava can easily reach down and close the vent.
Brush, it's just like chilling. Closes it. The audacity.
Inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition.
I still feel like that even if she had to stand, no one would notice. They were all focused on the game.
Well,
and she was behind them.
Am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder.
I am so torn. Like, she's acting as if she really is innocent.
The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things?
Especially, I would have said at night, but then she's with Deanna, right?
Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Girl, it's already been a fucking hour and a half since intermission. Imagine there is another hour and a half of fucking another twist. Fine, what?
I'll show proof.
Oh god.
Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
I actually don't know. Oh no. Oh no, Damon. Don't put me on the spot. Eva had my blackmail. Eva had Desmond's blackmail. Eva asked nicely. Eva had Desmond's blackmail. Is that it? No. No, she does not. Eva asked nicely. Okay. Bro, imagine. Can I please borrow your battery?
We were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait. So it's all my fault?
Yeah, you are the one who kind of like triggered this murder. You're the catalyst, huh?
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was kind of assuming, why is she kind of like, oh, I could have never have done that. There are times when they're not in their room, right?
So you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy.
Yeah.
And as for the taser,
it's not like someone's constantly watching you. It's just that people don't like you whenever you enter the room.
Right away. But you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room. Because you received his blackmail.
Outing out our little secret, huh? That's gotta sting. Ooh.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
Yeah. Is she gonna out me next? Oh, girl. If you aren't the murderer and we just did that for no reason, oh god.
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh yeah, he read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage
Are you gonna try and pit it on me next?
He knew all sorts of things.
Girl, during the fucking time of the murder, I was gaming. I was the one holding the controller.
The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
The hell are you,
hell are you
talking
talking
about?
about?
Yeah, girl. Tell me.
See? You still don't know.
Oh, dear.
You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye on the not killing each other stuff?
On Wolfgang.
Oh.
Eh?
Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did.
Oh.
But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
I never wanted Wolfgang to die, what?
What the?
Are you trying to say I wanted him to die?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation.
Yeah.
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop.
Is she gonna do her little ultimate liar thing right here?
I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally, but in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness.
Oh my god, my jaw is just fucking unhinged from the audacity.
Which is why I can tell everyone.
Oh
that Damon
no!
Wolfgang's blackmail.
I knew this would bite us in the ass. No! Yep.
Oh gosh.
Eva, you outed her. This is only fair.
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole Deanna situation. It just felt too awkward to say there.
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time.
Oh no, now she's gonna look
because it
like the
could've
good
just been his
girl.
ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you?
Yeah.
Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Did Eva really never trust me? Why then did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? Imagine she lied about all that shit! Oh my god! Just because, imagine she lied like the little ultimate liar she is! It's because I trust you. That was a lie! That was baloney! No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close. Whatever thinks about me shouldn't matter. What she thinks about me. I thought I had a friend! You were the only people who refused to listen to that lawyer, and you helped solve the mystery behind that whole case. No one thanked you, though. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. The other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Girl, come on, I was liking you. Damn it, damn it! Oh, that's so fucking true, damn it. This entire time I've been judging the others for how trusting they are, not even realizing I was blindly following the words of a stranger. And now everyone here, they're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me, even more than if I just come forward earlier. Exactly! It looks so much worse if you deny it the first time. Even so, what choice do I have? No one will let the discussion continue unless I tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture. As requested.
With those words, I retrieved the envelope from my pocket. Look at this! He's married!
He's married?
No.
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
I mean...
They're a handsome couple.
Why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, These two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
But
I don't even know when
parents,
this takes place. I'm assuming
are they
2024?
being held against their will?
I don't know.
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
Don't I want to respect his privacy?
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was
Yeah, I
always
spent
brave
time with
in
him.
the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise. Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people.
I wonder if he's being genuine or if he's just saying nice shit.
Maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Ooh, turn it against her, huh?
Don't listen to him. He's trying to divert everyone from the truth.
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered.
Yeah, I was not respecting the other talents here. I respected him from the start.
Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does. He does want bloodshed.
Damn, girl.
We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer. Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having.
But wasn't Damon playing?
Exactly.
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me or
I
anything
have
else.
an airtight alibi. I was doing something. People were spectating.
It is odd that we place faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone?
I know, we're bunkmates, we're besties, right, Kai? You can vouch for me.
Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Oh, really? Really? You know what? I should have faith in you. Yes. Yes, you would.
Depends who you mean by we.
Okay, who is it? Me or Eva? Who do you hate less? Oh, wow. This is dramatic! Holy shit!
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
But we need to be careful.
Don't just say it like that.
Oh god. Is this a breakdown? Whoa!
My ears!
You have a helmet, you're fine. How what?
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room?
Could you not have seen from the angle you were sitting at?
It's not as if I could listen out for her. The
You
music
could have
speakers
seen.
are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks.
Damn.
Impossible for me to know if it was 8:45
You
a.m.
could, gun to my head, you could not have told me that she would be the first killer.
Right.
And that she would be like
Only
this.
Mark's DJ pad
Or she'd
had a
have like a
problem.
breakdown like this. Oh my god.
Maybe Ava asked Mark
I thought
for
she
the
was a
time.
sweet little introvert.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke. I never even got up from my chair. Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Voice actor is cooking though. Wow. Eva makes a decent point. God, how did she drop the battery in time? She could have seen it. Did she rely on chance? No, that doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan fails if timing isn't right. Come on, think. If my years of debate have taught me anything, I need to look at this from another angle. If I just take it from the top while assuming Eva is the killer. She could have seen it. She checked the time. She saw Diana enter. Come on.
I got it.
That's right.
The only way the killer would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So where did she watch Diana from? There are two possible places. The vent. Duh.
Trying to look into the boiler room through the vent is impossible.
What? How? The camera? Wait, no. That wouldn't make sense. How would she have seen? Oh, the camera's motion activated! It would have been looking, right? Ah!
It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Wait, but how should you... I'm thinking that it's because it's motion activated and she saw that through the vent.
Say what?
Is she the mastermind? No, she isn't.
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
In order to actually see what was happening on the security cameras, what would Eva need access to? Naturally, it would have to be some sort of screen. A screen, huh? Thinking back on all the various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. Huh, feels like deja vu, doesn't it? When all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one which still remains. The one thing we've yet to discuss. Eva, it's time I bring an end to what you started. For better or for worse, this will be your final lie. What ho! It's time to solve the final piece of this puzzle. However, it won't be without a fight. Announcing argument altercation. Is this the solo battle? Alright. Okay. This is interesting. They helped something entirely new for this. Whoa! Oh, this is so fucking cool! Holy shit!
I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh my god!
This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious.
I will say that the controls are a bit awkward.
It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Who cares about the
I feel like the mouse needs to be incorporated because fuck.
I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Shit, I missed.
It's Damon who's suspicious.
That's what I should be.
Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera?
Okay.
I just Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. I thought you trusted me.
I love the way that looks. Ah! Holy shit, no!
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Oh, thank god.
Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair.
Okay, hold on.
I just wanted to help. This isn't fair.
I'm almost dead, bro.
This isn't fair. This isn't
Oh, fuck.
fair. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair.
Ah, shit, I'm so...
I just wanted to help.
I'm almost dead, bro.
Who cares about the camera? I didn't...
I'm dead. I'm dead, bro. Oh, okay. I will say that the controls are a bit too awkward. Because trying to slow down...
This isn't fair.
Fuck! No!
I didn't see any. Why would I kill anyone?
We need to be able to shoot with the mouse.
This isn't fair.
How do I dodge that? Oh my god!
This isn't fair.
Bro, that's so hard. This is hard, bro. Okay. Okay. Maybe I need to like stop focusing on shooting so much. There we go.
It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Okay, hold on. Bam!
Who cares about the camera?
Alright.
Why would I kill anyone?
Okay, it's much easier when I'm not shooting sporadically because it doesn't take care of them. Shoot it, damn it! Okay. That one is unfair. How do I dodge that?
It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help.
Okay.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone?
Come on. Stop!
I kill anyone?
Stop with that!
It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't.
I'm almost dead again, bro.
I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Why won't you believe me?
If I start from the last stage, can I?
This isn't fair.
It starts from here, right? If I fail.
I kill anyone?
All right.
I just.
There we go.
It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed
All right.
Wolfgang.
What?
I didn't see anything. Why would I didn't see any. Why would I kill anyone?
Fuck. Missed opportunity. Damn it.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see any. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Oh god! One more hit. One more hit.
How could I access the security camera?
Eva's. Oh shit! No! That was too short.
Proof I killed Wolfgang. I told you so.
No, please help me start from the. Don't make me start from the beginning. No! No, come on! I thought it said it would help me start from the end if I go. Oh.
Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera?
Ooh, that's new. Eva's personal game console. Yeah! Finally! That was really hard.
No!
I spoke over him. I'm sorry. That was really unique and fun,
What you
but
said was true, Ava.
that was tough.
Whether or not the trap works depends
Ooh.
on if the killer can see inside the
Wow.
boiler room. Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle.
Oh, did she put her game down?
If I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely
So she could see the
undone.
reflection?
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out. The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
She's back to being normal.
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw
How?
inside the boiler room using the console?
So it played live footage of the room?
Wait, it did?
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her
Wait, how did she do it? How did she...
Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
What?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
Well, can Tozu or Mara get it?
She has to. She never had an opportunity to
Oh.
slink away and dispose of it.
Well, what about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate
This
the
music
dining
is just like
hall and
making
the
me
doors
ascend.
respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them. So I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms. And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there. Which means it must still be on
It's a
her
lot
person.
of words just to say it. She still has it. She has no opportunity to slip it away. Wait, how the fuck does she have footage of the camera? Did she ask Tozu for it or some shit?
Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
What are you waiting for?
Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
I don't get how.
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me.
Jealous of your mathlete skills?
You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Am I?
Hey, calm down.
Am I?
Why not just
I,
pull up the console?
Yeah.
Yes, show us the console and then you'll be done with this.
No!
No! No, everyone will see my nerdy game and my shitty game tastes.
I don't have to show anyone anything.
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird. Coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details
Oh.
before continuing any more with these accusations.
The pachinko machine. So, did Tozu, like, put in those kinds of items that have access to the cameras?
Said she wanted from Tozu's
Like, trick items to help with murders?
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items.
Yeah!
With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further.
Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
Well, among those 14 impossible culprits, Diana were kind of just going off her word.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer.
Oh boy.
I'll go through the case one last time.
Alright. Oh, we've finally reached this point.
Once all the pieces are laid out for everyone,
Oh, it really is Eva.
I'll prove she's the killer. Once and for all.
Closing argument. Oh, there's no little... Oh, man. Okay. Alright, what are the options? Closing the vent, the blackout. Alright. I love the artwork here, though. Closing the vent would be during this part. How is the battery activated? Closing the vent. The blackout. What occurred right after Wolfgang's death? The blackout. Alright. The syringe. What did Wolfgang's... this one? Alrighty. And then this next one, letters from the killer. This one. I thought there were two separate ones for a second. Alright. Car battery. Is that it? Okay. This one. What end of the cord? Nope. Where was it that she steals shit? Ah, there we go. Internal plug. Which end of the cord was slid through the vent? There we go. There we go. The taser. What did the killer leave on the boiler room floor? This one? Yep. What? What is this? The killer... The fuck? Who took the kitchen knife? Who took the knife from the kitchen? Who arrived at the boiler room after Wolfgang? The killer. Oh, okay. Okay, it doesn't show her, so it's like... Wolfgang, the killer. Diana. Alright. Switch. Who arrived at the boiler room last? Diana did. And who took the knife from the kitchen? Wolfgang. Alrighty, we're done!
This is how it happened.
Alright, let me see it all play out.
This case was directly incited
I
by
can
the
see
motive
Diana.
Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder.
Was it really just opportunity?
They
Is
sent
that why
letters
she
to
did
two
this?
people,
I wonder what the
Wolfgang
motive
Hockaday,
was.
who they plan to kill, and Diana Venecia, who they plan to frame.
Why? She was nice to you.
Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time.
Wolfgang
letter told
looking
him to arrive
fine.
at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
A little
At this
sneaky.
point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang, hence how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following
Slam
morning,
sisters!
it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby. And how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer.
I
which
forgot
must have
that
been
they
music
said they
to
were
the
both
killer's
busy.
ears,
And I'm
since
like,
it
with what?
confirmed that he was working.
They were both busy with this trauma.
The killer took this
Especially
as a
Wolfgang.
sign
Oh
to
my god,
commence the
poor
next
Wolfgang
phase of
getting
their
drugged
plan.
like that.
Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism, the killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which had been stolen from Jet's room. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall. So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough,
And then she'd
the
come back
killer was
after
going
and
to
make
be
the
needed in dining
battery
hall
hang.
very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Little
Their
mastermind.
intentions were threefold.
She just wanted to have
Create
some
an
fun.
alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today. Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway.
That shit must be so
He must have
uncomfortable.
hidden it in his blazer.
Yes, I'm
Wolfgang
still
arrived inside
sad
the
that
boiler room
Wolfgang
at
had died.
8:15 a.m.
Fuck, I'm sad that
Exactly
Eva's
like
the
his letter
killer.
requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin.
Like,
and crumpled like paper.
the two most seemingly important characters in the cast, just from doing a run through, dead. So who's left? That's gonna, like, you know, leave an impact. It's crazy. It makes me excited for how the other characters are gonna be developed.
Ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it. As well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
What other weapons do you have in there, honestly?
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
This art is bussin' though.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker
It
next to
really
the vent,
nailed the
'cause
comic
it would
book
drown
style,
out
especially
fight
like the
which was gonna
V3
happen
style.
later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m. So that's when I got to the boiler room.
Also, Diana, I'm so sorry for suspecting you are like a fake girl.
I made sure to
I'm
close
so
the door
sorry.
behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in.
Oopsie whoopsie. Man.
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery. Only the blinking security camera.
But there's light coming from the vent.
Wolfgang.
That's like the only source of light.
He got up on his feet all of a sudden. And he started crying and saying these weird things.
Also, because this plan counts on Diana living.
Tried to keep him calm.
What if she had seen
asked
the
him to come over to
contraption?
me, which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
Like, it's really risky towards the fact that she could have blabbed about seeing the contraption if she was perceptive enough. Especially when I don't really buy the fact that she couldn't see it when it's coming from where the vent is, which is the only source of light for that room.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he perceived you as a threat.
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them.
Whee!
This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity.
Oh, motherfuck. That actually scared me. Wow. Poor Wolfgang, man.
Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water,
Bro was
electrocuted
drugged,
instantly.
saw probably something really scarring, or I don't know, something really distressing, and then he just dies from that.
The battery itself exploded upon
my
reacting
God.
with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy evidence. All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing murder.
The explosion also damaged
Nagito
the
would be
generator
proud.
and caused the blackout.
Especially since she actually
ended up
managed to
stumbling around
go
in the
through with her murder, not like him.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside, but you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in a room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result.
Yeah,
This
girl.
complicated scheme calls to mind only one person.
Ah, shame it had to be you.
One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair.
Wow, the art is so on point. I love this.
That person is you. Ava
Damn,
Sinatra.
look at her. I never would have suspected someone like her. Wow.
It's over. Ava, we know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair.
Again, the voice acting is cooking.
Isn't fair.
I just gotta admire. Oh, wow. Holy shit. That trial was fucking long. But this doesn't count as a first trial, so they can go long. Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular! I almost forgot I had to talk. You have seen beyond the foul lies of this scorned mathematician, and delivered the honourable truth with wit and aplomb. I've never heard that word before. This is worthy of praise. Allow me to reward your success with...
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up? Without Tozu's mad ramblings, the trial room had gone completely silent. Try to shut your ass up. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so you wish to know why done it. Very well, every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would be loath to break tradition at this stage. Oh man.
There must be
Eva,
something.
why did you do this exactly? What was the real motive? Just why? Oh my god.
Come on.
Come on, speak up. You have nothing to lose now. It was Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it.
This is...
What?
You...
You've been working with Tozu this entire time? Was she a traitor or something? Me and her? Oh, please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously, ultimate liar? Talk about on the nose. No, Eva is just as much of a kidnappee as the rest of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up! You let her get away with breaking the rules. That's proof enough you're in cahoots.
Holy...
Huh? Eva broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up fucking school property. Why the fuck was I punished for chucking a rock at a camera, but Eva wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator?
Shit.
I guess because he's lenient on the killing? Shit, is Eva the exception that rule was talking about? What? Desmond tapped the screen of his trinket and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he located the killing game's rules. Okay, yeah, everyone take a look at the second rule. 2 students are not allowed to vandalize any official killing game property, such as the cameras and tofu trinkets. Exceptions may apply. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Eva wasn't punished for breaking the generator, that could mean she counts as an exception.
Stop lying!
Are you gonna explain how? Or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks
Well,
bad.
if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Eva destroyed the generator while committing a murder.
What's all this about?
Are you saying Eva has special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator. Meaning, the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why Eva was excused for breaking it.
Slow down.
Yo, that can't actually be the reason, can it?
I see.
And if it were? What? You! I see. Eva believed she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator. Or she could have, asked beforehand.
What?
She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed.
That ain't it.
Nah, with how confidently Eva executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about it, Tozu? Did you ever share information with her? Pooh-hoo-hoo. A desperate killer is as much as a hungry seagull, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The mere implication of a loophole ignites their senses, and they, as desperate people always do, will shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So, to answer your question, yes, Eva approached me with the same questions your friends are asking now. And yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously? That's so unfair! Ugh, better not tell him over.
Pathetic.
Unfair? Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked a professor for help on an assignment? Sure, your professor won't do the work for you, but they'll be happy to clear up any confusion you might have. Then why did Eva say you made her kill Wolfgang? Is that another lie? I suppose you could say Eva and I made a deal.
Huh?
A deal? What kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game.
Impossible!
In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, he would receive a special perk. Ooh.
Plot twist.
The traitor perk!
Holy...
What do you mean the traitor perk? Is it the tablet Eva has? I mean, she refused to show it to us when we asked. Wow. Mind you that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean by earn it? Do you recall the little tidbit I shared with you at the pharmacy? You know, the one about the secret lurking inside? Oh, so she figured out the whole... It's the ad, right? You see, a very interesting secret is lurking beyond this door. That secret. You were referring to the traitor perk?
Well done.
Indeed I was. Pooh. When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pin pad. Pin pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about that big door I found tucked behind a shelf.
I see.
I see. It was hiding the traitor perk all along. How did Egg ever figure out the password to the pin pad though? Did she enter a bunch of random numbers until like it finally worked?
Well,
a 4-digit code would have thousands of potential combinations. Unless Eva encountered unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing that code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
Then how did she get access to the traitor perk? Me, I know. There's only one way. Only one way I could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with that poster, isn't it? The mysterious poster in the pharmacy. Yeah? What poster are you? Ding ding ding! Correct! Yes, hidden inside the pharmacy's rooms is a poster which reveals the code to the pin pad.
For real?
For reals?
No.
How can that poster reveal the code though? Because of the price. I knew it had to be important somehow. None of the visuals made sense, which is exactly why it caught my attention. But I didn't know what to do with that information. How to decipher what I was seeing. I am so
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really was.
Plot twist!
An equation! Really? Explain it to us. Every detail is deceitful. Those exclamations of grandeur may in fact be hints towards a certain something's nature, and that large star is stand-in for the coordinate plane. Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to that precious pin pad, after all, being changed as we speak. So, is it just the 10? Is that the thing, or is there an actual equation here? To quote the words of my parents, the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles. No way! A math equation is totally up Eva's alley! Eva, you told me you couldn't understand that poster. Wait, how is that an equation? It was just seeing a number, right?
Why the long face?
Of course she did. That equation is the key to the traitor perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over.
Shit.
So the traitor perk was Ava's reward for solving that puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet.
Ooh,
I assure you, it's a very handy thing to have. You see, this traitor perk allows the owner to access the school security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Eva's person right now. What?
Damn it.
So I was right. You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which is how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud.
I thought it was weird Eva wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school cameras.
But then...
Then the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room, it's because Eva was watching me?
What?
Yeah, this is making too much sense.
Nonsense.
Eva, how could you negotiate with your kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. Either I take this deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I would die here with the rest of you. You. That selfish attitude is the reason why we ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out of here together? If you hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled the situation, we might have made progress on escaping.
Hang on.
Even if I didn't kill, someone else would have eventually. And if they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and snivel and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing Tozu's game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food, we had shelter. All we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place. But I would have died first! It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd made, while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence. And you all would have believed him.
Whoa!
That's not...
Shut up!
Because Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you have even bothered to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. They would have to! They would be forced to! Otherwise they would die! What do you mean, girl? You're all the worst! I hope you all rot here!
Bro?
That's cold, man.
You really let me down.
Even if we had some rough spots, some of us still tried to get along with you. During the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining. You think a few games were enough for me to forgive everything you did to me? None of you actually care about me. None of you! Damon did! I've never been anything to anyone.
Huh?
What do you mean? It really is the same in here as it is out there. I knew it, she was bullied. I'm always the one that people hated. I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to do. This art looks really pretty though, honestly. I was the prodigy student the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right. But I still kept being judged. Everyone else around resented me, hated me, because they wanted the love I received, or what they thought was love. And despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now when I try to become something more than a sad joke, bro, being a mathematician, yeah, kids will make fun of you, but as an adult, that's respectable. I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. You could have used that talent for like really meaningful things like science and physics, what have you. But I cared.
I don't understand.
Eva, I cared about you. Yeah! And Damon too! I don't get it.
Why?
Eva, why did you frame me, of all people? Yeah, the one who was nice to her. I cared for you, and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
It didn't mean anything. Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. She kind of vouched for you whenever he said something, didn't he? Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserved it. Wow.
No. No.
This game is full of... Wow. Diana let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium. Diana! Eloise ran over to Diana and put an arm around her shoulder.
How can you believe that?
Why did you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel! She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case. So it stands to reason why they would be mentioned here too. When Eva realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
Pff, enough of this bullshit already. So Eva's a privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucks. Who cares?
Fuck you!
You took Wolfgang's life. The only thing you deserve is some fucking comeuppance.
Sheesh.
I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent? Even she must know how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If Eva didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class trial.
My thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Winona. In that case, do you reckon Eva killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer? Yeah, eliminate the early threat. She herself admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was in the best position. Well, clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
And anyway, Eva isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here who with even weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who is looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. Haha! She side-eyed her, bro. Bombastic side-eyed. It doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. How so? Because of the perk. Huh? Tozu told me if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
What?
Nonsense!
Is that true, Tozu?
Who? Me?
Guilty as charged. Wow.
Dude, no!
No way! Tozu never told me the number of days I had left, just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something! You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have all done the same.
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You were the only one in the situation because you took the perk.
No!
Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was and offered a chance to go home, you'd have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel less bad about killing me. Killing her? That's right, how could I forget? If the blackened is uncovered...
Dumbass!
Enough already. I'm sick of talking to this scumbag. Get on with the fucking execution, will you? Alright, the soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Huh? Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to... Oh fuck, is it starting already?
Holy!
Yeah? All of a sudden, the elevator began to churn alive. Shit. The whir of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, raw and loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony. Do not avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of budget went into this. Including game budget, yeah? No, I don't. What's going on? This isn't happening. This isn't happening.
Blood is
To the victor goes the spoils. Hail the honorable dead, avenged at last. I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin.
I want to live. I deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live!
I am fucking struck silent. This whole thing has been... And now we present... Is there no voices for this? The execution of Eva Tsuna... She's running, bro! Mara, go get her! I was wondering if we're gonna see Mara for the execution. Enjoy the show. Oh my god. Oh, that stupid fucking thing in all the first executions. Oh man. Oh man, Eva. Oh. Oh, Eva, I feel so bad. Fiery furnace of affliction. Oh god. How is she dying? What's her— oh god. Oh shit! Girl, get up and run! Oh no! Get up and run, girl! Why are you just sitting there? Yeah, get up. Yo, the animation of this is what everyone looks forward to for this, and this is really well done. Oh girl. You're a mathlete, but you ain't an athlete. Come on, it's stairs! It's stairs! It should be easier! Oh god, no! Not the protractors and the fucking triangle rollers, no! Oh, it's like that fucking Toy Story scene. Oh god. Oh, she tripped? Oh no! I was worried about that happening! No! Oh. Ah! Why are there nails? Oh! Ah! Oh my god! Bro! Oh! She's fighting. Oh man! Keep going. Oh wow! What is— what? Why is she here? Oh really? They're gonna dispose of the body here too? Wait, she's dead. What are you doing? It's a doll, remember? Oh. That's ironic, yeah, thinking that it's real when she was able to tell it was a puppet from the beginning. Wow, he's crying? That's right, because he trusted you. Wow. He lost something, like the closest thing he had to a friend here. Kind of.
I can't handle it!
Oh shit. My entire body had seized up. I couldn't move a single limb, couldn't even say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare, my mind at a complete and total loss.
There's no way.
So that's what punishment entails? Let me go home. Please let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Eva put up quite a fight. For a second there, she almost had me believing we'd underestimated her.
Moving on.
Pooh, just kidding.
I'll be damned.
How can you do this? Forcing these innocent people to kill each other.
Terrible.
So judgmental!
terrible.
Need I remind you that this is a student-on-student warfare?
Get out.
Just shut up already. Eva, why? You just needed a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Exactly, she just needed a friend. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm going to be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Oh, shit.
I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I?
I can't be like this.
No one else is gonna die, you hear? We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat it after me. I'm here, and I'm okay. I'm here, and I'm okay. I'm here, and I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced. But now, it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again. Again?
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never going to be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I'd just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa!
Diana, you had no way of knowing what was going to come next. He was wielding a knife too. Anyone would have done what you did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Oh, did she arm him? Usually, a comment like that would have gotten a rise out of Grace, but she stayed completely silent. I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness, I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how
That
it
goes
is.
without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths my talent can go. The ability to change others' appearances is to be the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who sits in front of the mirror. I've never really put myself in that place. Diana, you okay? Getting all philosophical about her talent. If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least, I will become Wolfgang. Maybe I can live for him.
Believe me.
You didn't do anything wrong, Diana. Girl uses her makeup skills and just like, I'm the new Wolfgang now. You like my makeup? You know, like my new little getup?
Pardon me.
Yeah. Yeah. I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Huh? She's gonna be the new leader? This is interesting. I didn't expect her to be, you know, an important character. Wow!
Like a chameleon,
Aww.
I will adapt.
I don't know why this is making me cry.
I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish. I'll become something new.
Same girl, tears rolling down Diana's face, like as in the tears. But her expression, somehow she looked determined. I couldn't understand it, despite everything she'd been through. Here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy. Acting like she's a hero from a storybook. I'd always, you know, assumed the whole chameleon thing was perfect for like a makeup artist because, you know, but damn, I didn't expect for it to be taken like this too. Had this girl lost her mind?
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Eva, neither of them deserve this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else here.
We won't back down.
For both their sakes, I'll save everyone from the killing game.
You've got to be kidding me.
Take this seriously, will you? Oh my god, Winona.
What?
Can this get any
It
worse?
seems your peers aren't much in the mood for your heroic monologues, girl. Oh man, and she made me cry, man. Nah, Diana, you do you.
Moving on.
Anyhow, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up, unless you have any further questions for me. You're all free to return to your dorms.
Mm-hmm.
So, any further questions?
Get lost.
Get lost.
Ingrates.
Now, where have I learned that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as a no.
Good evening.
Ahem. Until next time, everyone. Toodaloo. I added that. Just like last time, Tozu walked over to the throne.
Isn't this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We've set it back to its default mode. What you glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. On that ominous note, he was lowered underground. Hey guys, should we just go back to our dorms? Aye, it's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched on their faces. It was clear today's events would not easily be forgotten. And then there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over, the devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder, the trial, Eva dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. It had all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana, after everything that's happened, seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud just like Wolfgang once did, it pissed me off! What? Holy shit! Made me a better person, my ass! No, but I'm yelling, but that's spicy. I like that spice. But wow. Beneath the veil of hypocrisy. Oh. Oh, that's our survivor count. I see. Yes. What the hell was that? Okay. That is crazy. That was chapter 1. And that was a fucking roller coaster. That trial must have taken maybe 3 or 4 hours. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was crazy and so well done. I can't even. I can't even. That was so well done. That was a roller coaster. The fucking twists. Even though I was able to like suspect in advance. Oh, Jesus Christ. I never would have expected Diana would. She kind of looked like a forgettable character. Like, you know, someone you would. She would kind of like be one of the side characters, but damn. I didn't expect that turn from her. And I did not expect the one that's so obviously fucking promoted as like the heroine of this game. Like Kyoko and Chiaki and Kaede and Maki low-key. Oh, I would never have expected she would be the murderer. Fuck. But then when it clicked, before they you know got to the whole part with the vent and shit, when it clicked that it could be dining room people. Oh my wow. Wow. I didn't want to believe it. Ugh. And Damon's character, the fact that he's considering his advantages and his survival. That means he could consider murder at one point. And he's not grown. He's not become better even after this trial because fucking hell, it pissed him off, really? I'm rambling, man. The voice acting, the art, that was all fucking good. That mini game at the end, the controls are a bit tough. I still think the mouse should be incorporated into the controls so it's less awkward. But it was still like really cool. It's cool to see a unique one instead of like a rehash of one of the old mini games. I'm so excited for chapter 2. And I still can't believe this is non-profit. They don't take donations from this. I assume this is all voluntary, and it's crazy. This looks so much like an official game. My god. Well, that's me. That's my playthrough for now. I will be so back when chapter 2 comes out. However long that takes. Yeah. That's it. Bye.